And we are back! Hi y'all. Hope you didn't miss me too much. Been gone for some time. Starting with the immediate JPEG. Hi everybody. How are you doing? Siphon Cast, Hammy, Arky, Sora, Pyro. Back in, good luck with your editing. And Pyro, good luck at work. Hi Bill. AO Art, thank you so much for giving out that sub. Can't stay but hope this stream is fun. Thank you so much. Thanks for dropping in and dropping that gift sub. How y'all doing? Anna!
Immediately gets back, lol.
Immediately. I knew you guys were waiting. It's a tradition at this point. Hey Loki, welcome. Anyway, hi y'all. It is good to see you. I'm sorry I've been gone for a couple of weeks. More or less, yeah. Yeah, I've been sick. Well, first of all, like for the first chunk of the week, I was traveling back to see my family. Then I came back and I got sick, and then my sleep disorder acted up. So, oh my god, thank you again for that gift sub. I really appreciate it. Bean is around here, but he just started going crazy right before the stream. So, hopefully he comes in and says hi. Hi, Bean. He's just in the corner there. So yeah, if you guys, for those that are newer or that don't know, I got a sleep disorder. If I ever like disappear for a while, that's probably why. It'll just leave me like pretty, you know, like incapacitated for sometimes. Yeah, it happens, but we're back. That's what matters. How much black pepper is enough to keep the ailments at bay? I don't know. How much do you like? I put a lot of black pepper on stuff. I recommend you do so if you like it. Hi, Skeleton. Oh, have a good sleep. Thanks for dropping in and saying hi. Thanks, AO. During hell of a heat wave. Oh, damn. You guys should come to the Canary Islands, where we got 20 to 25 degrees all year, baby. It's really nice. Well, it's been a little colder this year, but I kind of appreciate it, actually. It's starting to get warmer, though. Actually got my fan on low for this stream. So, yeah, hope everything's been good with y'all this past couple weeks. The world has been on fire. I know. I've been trying to follow up. I have been like pretty offline, but you know, I do check the news and stuff. So I've been aware. But yeah, it is on my end. Apart from the sleep disorder, there's not much new. I got a little setup upgrade. I can show you. Hold on, with the beam cam, not with this one, the other one. Hi, that's me. Hello. I actually got a bunch of storage space here, which is very nice. I think it shouldn't show up on the main camera. Maybe on when it's on full screen. But yeah, this has been really nice. I don't have to have a cramped table anymore. A small upgrade, but really nice actually. There's 2 vowels. Always have been. About 39 Celsius. Oof, that's awful. Where did the other vowel go? Don't worry about him. Hey Siegfried. Can't wait to see that the Patreon phenomenon comes out. Thank you. Yeah, for those who hadn't seen my post about it today, starting a new Patreon. I call them design events. It's not just a poll. It's like a longer thing. every so often I'll do one of these. It's been a minute since I've done the last one, so I'm excited for this one. Basically, it's a process through a series of polls and questions and discussions, etc., where we collectively create a new concept, and then I turn that into an edit. I do that with the patrons. I've done it for some time, but I figured for this one, I'm gonna put the first couple of rounds of this process are gonna be open to the public. So you should actually be able to go check it out. It should. I'm gonna put up a link in the chat. Hold on, where is that link? Okay, so first of all, first link is just to the Patreon itself. There you should have a button that says join for free. That'll let you be notified when any of these new public posts go out. I don't usually use the free memberships on Patreon that much, but this is one of those cases. So you actually have the button to join for free for a bit. And then you can go into the actual posts and vote. And yeah, the theme for this is going to be making a sort of an unexplained phenomenon. I call it Patreon phenomenon, and here it is. Basically, first round is like choosing a general theme. Second round is, you know, more of an open discussion thing where we come up with specific ideas within that theme. And then I take a bunch of people's ideas, I combine some of them, we like turn it into a poll where we can all choose the final concept, whatever's everybody's favorite. And then I turn that into an edit. So the first one is, I do get to vote as well, of course, which domain the strange anomaly involve. So you can go in here and choose one or more that you like. I'm actually just voting to give the runner-ups better chances, I'm gonna be honest. Currently, astronomy/physics is winning, but archaeology history is following pretty close, and everyday life is following a little further away, but still pretty close. So you guys have the chance to change it, and yeah, give it a vote if you want. Archaeology sweep, go in and vote. Gotta get your votes in. So yeah, the idea is like creating some sort of like unexplained phenomenon, and so I'm not talking about like necessarily creatures or anything like that, because we've already done some for creatures. We've done a couple for diseases as well. So I didn't. That's why I like medicine or stuff. It's not a choice here because that would be a bit repetitive. But yeah, I'm talking about things like, you know, the bloop, like that weird sound that was found under the ocean, or the wow signal, you know, UFO sightings, that sort of thing. Price sheet available or similar. I was wondering how much did one come from you host. I haven't done comms, like public commissions, in a while, because I just haven't had that much time for public commissions or for like personal commissions. I will probably open them once I'm a bit more cleared up in terms of like commercial commissions. So, but it might be a while because, you know, they keep coming in. So never know. So yeah, I haven't currently closed, and the prices for the past commissions are probably not going to be too, you know, like aren't going to give you too good of an idea, because I am probably going to change like how the commissions are done and how the slots work and how, like, you know, each of them is priced. So I still haven't figured out exactly how, but it's, you know, it's gonna be different. Hey Spacey, Thank you so much for the resub. The JPEG is still here. It'll last for about 10 minutes. I mean, probably just a few. Actually, here it is. That was the 10 minutes. We're crisp again. You're gonna end up doing more analog pride images? Oh, you mean like the here's a JPEG again. Like the plant footage flags? I think I'm kind of done with those. Like, I want to redo the same thing every year, you know? It's, at some point it gets a little repetitive. So, yeah, that was 3 years and 2 years ago I did the flags. Last year I did the Pride Demon, and this year I did the mold. It's a bit of a different one. So yeah, the mold was this year's Pride special. I should repost on Pride itself. It's the 28th here. I don't know if that's internationally the specific Pride Day. Yeah, I'll probably post the flags on the day off. Or repost, I should say. Hey, Michi. I was wondering what was up with the video quality. Oh yeah, if you're new, that's probably confusing. That's a reward people can get to turn me into a JPEG mass. Actually look crisp. Don't worry. Your video quality is fine.
Valdevia looking crispy this whole stream at this rate.
Fried bacteria and viruses? How specific? You thought your internet was popping out. Oh no.
Val, fresh out of the fryer. Served with rice and curry.
Yummy. Fell into deep fryer. It's okay. I'll climb my way out in about 10 minutes. I love that people are confused. I guess it makes it like when I'm on full screen like that, it makes sense that people are confused rather than like, you know, when I'm making art and I'm like here, you know, and the art is like normal. Can we turn Val into tempura? Don't do that. But yeah, today's topic is gonna be related to Megalomorpha. This is a thing a specific idea for Megalomorpha I've been thinking about for a long time. You might have seen me do edits for this like years ago now. But it's an idea that kind of fell apart because it was initially going to be a collaboration. My collaborator just dropped out of it because of personal stuff. Nothing bad. But yeah, I kind of was left, you know, like a chair without a leg. So it's an idea that's sort of been in the back burner ever since. But I am actually thinking of doing something a bit special for this one, since I did need a collaborator for it because it involves a painting and I'm not good at painting. I might actually collaborate with my mum on it. That's actually gonna be the mum collab. For those who don't know, my mum paints. She's painted a good chunk of her life. She's done art all her life. You know, painting specifically, I want to say like, you know, maybe 15, 20 years. But she's drawn since she was a kid. She's really good at it. Let me actually pull up her Instagram. Because she's got an art Instagram that she hasn't used in a bit, but she actually still hasn't deleted the the duplicate picture, which is really funny. But this is her Instagram. There's a duplicate picture that I don't know why she posted it twice. I've told her, hey, you have a duplicate picture, and she forgot to delete it because she hasn't used it in a bit. But yeah, she paints a lot. She does portrait, especially animals, so well. Damn, this is annoying with my camera on. Hold on. She's really good at animals. And, you know, this is her animal. That's my family's dog. His name is Napoleon. She's also painted him, of course. Full body painting. This is a really big one. Anyway, she also paints like human portraits and stuff as well. Like this pencil drawing she did. I love this one. Jenna! We're looking at my mom's art. Everybody check out my mom's art. She's really cool. Welcome folks. How you doing, Jenna? How was your stream? What you playing these days? Hey Maxwell. So here, me, the JPEG guy, I am an artist that does Photoshop, for those who don't know me. But we're specifically talking about my mom's art currently, which she has on this account here. She hasn't used it in a bit. I need to tell her to use it more because she's done some really cool paintings lately. But yeah, she's painted the reason you see that this many like animal paintings is because she opened the account to see if she could get any like pet commissions. She got a couple, and but yeah, that's why it's like so animal heavy. She has painted a lot of animals, but also like a lot of people portraits, a lot of everything. And she is a drawing of all the dogs she's had. Oh, that's one of them. Yeah. Of course you come from artists. My mom's like been an artist all her life. Oh, there I am. I'm crispy again. You'd get a commission from her. If you do wanna, I think her messages should be open. Drop her a message. Have you heard of the game Voices of the Void? I have heard of it. I have it noted down as possible stream games, along with so many others, to be honest. Jenna said she would not be joining. She was playing Pipistrello and the Cursed Yo-Yo. Oh yeah, I've seen her play that. It sounds like a really cool game. Anyway, all this to say that I'm thinking of collaborating with my mom. And my mom's heavy on reference. She has a hard time painting from memory, but she's really, really good with reference. So I can't just give her an idea and have her paint it, because she's gonna struggle with that. So what I was thinking of doing is making an edit of what I want in the painting and having her sort of interpret that in her style. That's the general idea. So let me explain the gist of this story we're doing a little bit. This is part of my Megalomorpha series. If you don't know my Megalomorpha series, especially for the raiders who might not be familiar with my work, I'm going to drop a link in the chat. And I'm going to open it here on the browser. So, Megalomorpha was my very first horror thing. This is actually the very first horror thing I did, ever. Specifically the first couple, or these first two images. the rest of this story is like a sort of an updated version. But yeah, basically, if you scroll through these, they're all like individual stories that, you know, are independent from each other, but take place in the same sort of universe, right? So you can read them mostly in any order. If you want to read like chronologically as I wrote them, this would be the first one since it's up there because it's got an update recently. But apart from that top one, you should start from the bottom and go this way, and that'll let you read them kind of chronologically. These are the last few ones, though. I haven't done like a full part of the story in quite some time, but I got so many of them planned out that I just haven't quite finished. One of them is, and to explain Megalomorpha, it is a world where, you know, there are these giant insects that live among humanity, brainwash them, and make humans part of their really gross life cycle. For example, in this story, you got a giant mosquito that is living with his family and has convinced the entire family that it is like an uncle from the family. Lilith?
26 months. That's like at least 3 babies worth of months or something. I am bad at most.
That's 3 babies. Thank you so much, Lilith. Power outage started as soon as you started streaming. Oh no. My stream is cursed. I have heard that much. So yeah, this is one of the stories is about, you know, this mosquito that's convinced an entire family to essentially act as like feeding stock for it. Then we got this one. The parish takes place in like 1950s Norway, where this small religious community turns into a weird cult that worships one of these insects, and we can see it there at the end. Spoilers. But yeah, the insect is like manipulating this entire community into again like serve as a sort of livestock. Oh yeah, this fisherman that finds an enormous cocoon under the water and becomes like obsessed with it to the point where it thinks it's its child. I'm not gonna spoil the ending for that one. Yeah, there's a lot of little stories like that. Again, each of them are sort of standalone, but are part of a larger lore. If you read all of them, you should get an idea of what these bugs are. You should also get, you know, the idea is each of these gives you a piece of the puzzle, but you know, like puzzle pieces, you might be able to slot it somewhere, but then you have like a new part to slot in, right? It'll generate more questions. That's part of the fun, right? So yeah, each of these will give you like a little piece of the puzzle and just open up more questions. This one I'm working on is now, like in my head, I call it the artist, right? Because it's all about an artist, and this takes place in the time of Impressionism. You know, Impressionism is, oh, fuck off AI overview. Impressionism is this sort of art where, you know, big brushstrokes with like single color brushstrokes, and very high emphasis on like color and nature. Usually like sort of strange color choices in a way that, you know, are meant to capture, rather than like reality in an objective way, they're meant to capture sort of the impression we get of reality, hence Impressionism. So yeah, it's taking place around the era of Impressionism through the perspective of a Ukrainian, in, you know, current modern day Ukraine, back then Russian Empire still, Ukrainian young guy who goes to Paris, learns from like some of the current like masters at the time of Impressionism, and it's like showing a lot of promise, right? This guy is like you know, ambitious, really good artist, you know, shows a lot of promise, but the life in Paris around that time was like really crazy, and he gets like burned out from all of that. So he goes back and visits his family back in a small town, kind of middle of nowhere, modern day Ukraine, and there he has an encounter with one of these insects, with one of the Megalomorpha. And it is a single encounter, but he becomes absolutely obsessed with it. He basically drops everything to just live in this little family house in the countryside, where he just sets up a little studio and he dedicates his entire like artistic talents, sort of, instead of, you know, putting it out there into the world, he dedicates everything to this one idea of like representing this moment, this one strange encounter that he had. And in this encounter, he sees one of the Megalomorpha. This one looks like a bee, like a carpenter bee specifically, and you'll never see it. You'll never actually see what the bee looks like. You'll only see his artistic interpretation of it. Like, he wasn't carrying a camera at this exact moment. He's the only witness of this event, but he sees this Megalomorpha and it's dying. It's like really sick. So yeah, he just obsesses over it and works on, like, you know, like paintings and sculptures and poems, everything to try to capture this moment. And as he begins, it starts off more like a, hold on, I will open up the piece I currently have for it. Oh, this is our guy, by the way. He has a little mustache. He's kind of awesome. This is kind of the empty studio. I'm planning to put in little things here. But yeah, it starts just first representing it more like an angel, because he thinks he's seen an angel, and like he's had a religious experience, but he, you know, slowly as he represents it more and more, he gets closer to the truth. And the last thing we got, and I gotta redo this one, but you'll get the concept from it. The last thing we got is like an unfinished statue that finally looks like heavily insectoid, and it still, like, you know, has some religious elements like the halo and stuff. But finally, like, he gets to like sort of capture its essence, and then disappears, vanishes off the face of the earth. We sort of get the hint that he goes out to find it. He gets an idea of like where it might be hiding or something, goes out to find it. You know, he disappears, can't be found anywhere in his studio or the area, or you know, wherever he probably went, kind of implying that he succeeded in fusing with this Megalomorpha, which is something they do. Spoilers. So that's the idea. I'm sorry for rambling. I hope that was sort of clear, right? Here's a picture I found for the... Oh, wait. I'm going to show you this one. It's just on my desktop. This is a picture I found for the house. There's an actual house from the early 20th century in what would be today Ukraine, around that area. So you know, it's sort of a little bit idyllic. It's really cool. It's actually from a color album, believe it or not. There was this guy, this photographer, who went around, was at the time the Russian Empire, right? So today Russian and other countries, and took color photos of it. He took a bunch of color photos, and it gives us a beautiful like documentation of life at the time with color, which is, it's so weird to say like this picture is actually from the early 20th century or late 19th. I don't even remember. It's kind of wild. But But yeah, that is the general concepts. What do you guys think? Also, let me catch up with chat. It's been a lot of chatter. You're up to 36 months of watching these streams. That's 4 babies. So many babies, y'all. Do you make the art first and then the story, or vice versa? Usually there's like a core idea, then I make the art, and then I like figure out the specific story, which will often like be based on the visuals of the art a little bit. In these cases, with more complex stories like this one, where it's a bit of a longer story, it's gonna be, you know, it's always like story first, or at least I get like most of the story down. It's not like I haven't like written the actual words you'll be reading in the story, right? But I got like some of the art. Once the art is finished, I will like fully write it. Looks basically like right outside your house. I should have you take pictures for reference for me. To be a young artist showing immense promise only to squander it in pursuit of big bug. Happens to the worst of us. Save reminder. Well, I currently have nothing. I got this. But I will save it. Look at that. Anyway, that's the idea. We're gonna make his painting. He's gonna like work on a painting that tries to capture this moment. And the idea I want to impress, and you know, that's gonna be up to my mom's like interpretation of how this might look like. The idea is that the painting looks more or less the same, but in the center of it, where the bug is supposed to be, it's been painted over and over and over and over. So since it's gonna be a physical painting, my mom's not a digital artist. She's gonna actually do the painting. You know, we'll see how exactly she wants to do it, but probably with some gesso. How do you say that in English? You know, the white like plaster stuff that you put on the paintings. It's gonna have like a little volume around that area to imply that it's been just painted over and over and over. Maybe some actual like painting over to like really impress that, you know, there's a little like volume to it. And I'm gonna try to take like the photo in a way, like the photo of this painting with like lighting that maybe is a little bit from the top, so it shows a little bit of the volume. Well, that's sort of the idea. We'll see how that's like, how that can be practically implemented. Bean! Finally! He's here! Look at him! 360. What's up, Bean? Beanie boy? How are you doing? Hey, Bean, tell chat how you puked on the rug like 3 times in a row. He doesn't want to. Oh, Bean.
Baby Bean.
Multimedia collab, and yeah, mom and son collab. It's something that I've always wanted to do. 3 times, yes. He's been doing mischief. He's been eating plants, like our potted plants, and then of course he'll puke it. Or eating, like one of them was like fiber, so I think he got like an old sock or something and ate part of it. Of course he puked it. I don't know what, he's been up to some chaos. Maybe eating too fast. Sometimes he does that. Usually when he pukes, it's eating too fast. But this time I think he was just like eating random stuff for fun. None of plants are dangerous to cats. No, we've checked. He only eats like one specific one too. I don't know why. He likes it. Also, he's just lying there. I guess he has chosen his spots. We can only respect it. Hey, duck. Okay, so we've got the gist of it. Now the first important part is looking for our background picture. And today's edit is a bit different because it's Bean, do not eat the cable. No, don't do that. Here. Have toothbrush. Yeah, there you go. That's more fun. Whoa. Okay. Why is his leg on here? As long as it's comfortable for him. Anyway, yeah, today's idea is a bit different in the sense that we're not making an edit that's going to be the final product of anything. The edit is going to be base for a painting, sort of like highly specific reference, right? Instead of giving my mom like different references of a you know, like the scene plus the subject, like the bug, I might as well just put it together myself how I think it should look, because it'll give her a better reference. And yeah, my mom does a lot better with like specific references. She'll often, that, you know, one of the reasons she's used Photoshop since I was a kid, and one of the reasons I had Photoshop on an old computer and started learning how to use it, is because my mom's used Photoshop to sort of plan her paintings. She'll take the photo she wants to use as reference and she'll edit it on Photoshop, like fairly basic stuff, right? But she will, you know, that's one of the ways she used Photoshop, and that's why she had it. So in a roundabout way, it's one of the reasons I've been doing art all my life. Being in my place wearing my clothes. Veen and Valdevia. You should. That's really fun. Bean licking your ass in public. Ballsy. Anyway. Let's look for the pictures I want to use. And I already have some stuff prepared. Let me pull up my browser with them. So I showed you guys that one picture of the house. That's why he keeps putting his leg on my screen. Yeah, I've shown you that picture of a house. It's actually part of a huge series that I mentioned of, whoa, Bean. This photographer's like travels throughout what was then the Russian Empire, and you know, taking color pictures of all these things. Which, it's wild to look at these because they feel so like modern and they're incredibly old. Look at this lady. Awesome dress. What are you up to, Bean? Calm down, calm down. Yeah, okay. Can go here. Whoa, okay. No, he jumped off. Okay. So, yeah, this whole series of pictures is really cool. Just look at this. If you want to look it up, it's his name is Prokudin Gorski. I think you can spell it a couple different ways in Latin alphabets. I will paste it here. You can, if you want to like look up the whole series, because we're gonna go through some of it, just looking for our base image. But you know, it's generally very cool. There's a lot of like just nice landscapes. Like he was not a photographer like, oh, just gonna take portraits of people. He was just traveling out and about and taking pictures of things he liked, like as one does nowadays, you know. So that's something that also makes it fairly modern. Like, oh, here's a table full of cool trinkets that I found. And And you know, the way you took color pictures back then is you had a like black and white plates, right? That you would expose 3 times on the same plate or on different ones. Okay, he's playing with the toy. On the same plate or on different ones, but each of these 3 exposures would have a filter. So imagine you put a red filter right on top of your lens, like this. This blocks out all the red, right, coming into the camera. If you do this for red and blue, only the green will enter the camera. If you do this for blue and green, only the red will enter the camera. So you do that for RGB, and then you take those negatives and put them together as their corresponding colors when printing, and you get a print of a color picture, which is really interesting, right? You didn't only take color pictures, or I don't know, like maybe not all of the like color prints of them survive, or the negatives, but look, doggies. See, that's exactly the kind of picture I would take, isn't it? You nearly nodded out to my voice. This tends to happen. Swan Valley, Idaho. The Swan Valley Lake Monster. Either boiling water or you just drunk. I love that. Yeah, the photos look so recent. It's wild. So I have a specific idea for the photo in mind. I want it to be, we're talking about Impressionism, right? Impressionist paintings usually feature nature, strong daylight, you know, just to show you some Impressionism again. Not always, right? Like, you know, Van Gogh went a little bit crazier with it, but generally, and Van Gogh, how do you say that in English? It's kind of like more post-impressionist. He's a bit later in the movement, so you know, it was a bit more like experimental. But you know, a lot of impressionism is like this, like Monet and stuff. It's artists who would paint the same scene a bunch of times. Like I'm pretty sure, yeah, this specific bridge was painted. Hi, Bean. Oh, you did it. You finished my puzzle. Good job. Good job, GG. So, okay, here's my puzzle for Bean. That's why I was mentioning. He has this little rat toy that he loves to play with. And he loves to, like, play with rubber bands and that sort of thing. So what I do is tie this to the rats, and he'll just go bananas trying to untie this from the rat. He doesn't eat the rubber band or anything. He just like brings it to me. So he just like laid it at my feet. But it's a fun, like it keeps him entertained for quite a while. Go for it. Van Gogh. Okay. So yeah, Monet painted this same bridge so many times. And this sort of like obsession over a single subject was also like a big feature of Impressionism, especially Monet. He was sort of obsessive. He painted the same like hay bales like 20 times, I think, like something like that. He has a whole series of paintings. Haystacks, yeah. It's a whole series of haystacks that, a couple of haystacks that were near his house, like out in the countryside, and he would just go out and paint them every day and under different lights, right? Like morning light, evening lights, in the shadow, black and whites, with snow, bunch of them with snow, different angles. He just like obsessively went over the same subject again and again, which I think is just really interesting from an artist's perspective. He also went out and painted the Cathedral of Rouen which is where the French part of my family comes from. This is the cathedral. It's a beautiful, like, Gothic building with, like, a big metal spire. Beautiful facade. And he spent some time living in a little apartment that was, like, sitting right in front of this. So he painted this view from his apartment again, like, so many times. Here's a... Oh, disappeared. Here it is. Here's the entire series, right? Like, under many different lights, different, like, color palettes. And I just love how he does Gothic architecture. Like, you can still see how Gothic it is, but it's kind of blurry in a way. I don't know. I think it's really beautiful. In any case, he had this thing for, like, redoing the same subject many, many times under different lights, which I think is just a fascinating project, right? And it shows, like, a sort of an obsessive side to arts, which, you know, many of y'all artists can probably relate to some of that. I'm a little bit like that with Megalomorpha. So it is, this specific story has, like, a lot of, like, personal stuff in it. It is about an artist. It is about an artist who obsesses and who can't let go of certain things. I am like that. I'm like that in many ways. A lot of what I do and the way I, like, do and release art is sort of a response to that instinct. Bean, don't go crazy. Oh my god. He just pushed the entire screen all on his own. You're so strong, Bean. He's hiding right here. Can you see him? Can you see his little... Yeah, ouch. He bit me. Not hard, by the way. He very rarely will bite someone. Only when he's, like, completely bananas, which he is right now. Isn't that right, Beanbo? How can one have art block when one has hay bales? Exactly. I'm stealing this idea from my friend's cat. He's full of more energy than we can play with. Loves rubber band. Yes. Trick is really good. Did he... Okay, I'm gonna give him the rubber band. Rats once again. His rats. See if that can keep him playing. It's like JPEG'd. It's a painting version of JPEG. The Hay Bale series is really good. It's, like, lesser known, which is, it's interesting because I think, like, the story behind them, behind, like, the hay bales and the cathedral and the bridge, are, like, the most interesting thing about Monet as an artist. I'm always fascinated with how light looks in a certain situation, but it's hard to capture without defaulting to a different subject in the frame. Yeah. Cats aren't visible except for one little dastardly paw, yes. Bean loves to blend into the shadows, because he is... he's like half shadow cat. Only partially. Here you go. Telepathic frozen alien within her comments. That sounds like fun. Cosmic horror. Is that one of your ideas? Oh, for the Patreon phenomenon. I mean, we haven't quite chosen the theme yet, but you should suggest that in the next part. Bean, you're going crazy. Oh, he's getting it. He's doing it. Oh, stop pushing. Stop pushing. Yes, you got the rubber band. Chat, he got the rubber band. Yes, good job. Good job. You want to try again? You did great. At first it was like pretty loose, like I just did one turn and it was just loose like that. But he learned how to do that so quickly, so now I have to do an extra turn. So it's like pretty tight on here. Like there's still one you can grab, one that's a little bit looser, but that's usually the way he can beat it. His eyes are so blue, they are. Get it. There you go. You get the rubber band. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh. He took it. He took it into his den. To his mischievous den. You're creating a super cat, you're giving harder and harder puzzles. He's going to become too powerful. Bad boy blue eyes. He is a bad boy blue eyes. So yeah, we're talking about Monet and just impressionism in general, and usually the topics it handles. Nature is really common. Outdoor scenes are really common. Really like strong daylight that just casts like beautiful, interesting shadows are usually there. There's more like pointillism actually. Bean! Careful. What is bro doing? Okay. Whoa. What are you doing? No, that's my eraser. You can't have that. Bean. Bean. Bean, behind you. Oh my god. Ouch. He has entirely pushed one of the screens off. I'm afraid this whole thing might fall off the table, so. Okay. Whoa. What is up, you dude? Little dude. Okay. I'll release you. I'll release you from your prison. Air prison. Strong daylight because it feels unexpected for a supernatural entity. I really love horror and creepy things that take place in full daylights. I think it's a really interesting aesthetic to explore. Oh my god, Bean, you are unstoppable today. Okay, I will let you push it like up to there, but don't push it anymore. Photomotivation isn't a form of art. Let people think whatever they think. I've had that too. It's the same kind of people who say like, you know, you shouldn't take references. Oh shit, Bean moved the entire camera and everything. Oh yeah, he pushed the screens around so much. Anyway, yeah, daylights usually. Whoa, Bean, what did you get? Is that what you were trying to get? He just ran off. I'm gonna have to hide some stuff because he's just trying to get to everything on my table. Okay. I'm leaving tufts of hair everywhere.
He came back from some concentrated cooling off and Venus decided to branch into coding. What a clever cat.
He's so clever. Your friend's hosting a creative writing workshop. Slightly related. My sister recently classified 10th on an international haiku contest that she joined like purely on a whim. And she made some really good haikus for it. And she did them in Spanish. There was like, there's several categories for different languages, but she came out 10th overall, which is really cool. And now she's joining another haiku contest that also has like a section for Spanish, and she's prompting me to join. So I'm gonna have to come up with some haikus. My sister is really cool. She's good at writing. You always gotta do your little blower bows, Mactal. I get it. What is being made today? We're making a base for a painting. So a bit of a different day. It's not gonna be as much editing. Most of it is just finding the correct pictures and just put them together in a way that mostly makes sense, but we don't have to like make a sort of finished edit, something that feels finished and polished. We just need to make like good reference for someone who's going to paint it. So yeah, we get sunset colors are really common as well. It's something that Impressionists really loved. Strong like orange sun. There's the first ever Impressionist painting, by the way, and it was called Impression, which is why the whole movement took its name from the title of this painting. So yeah, anyway, we were looking at pictures from Prokudin Gorsky, who was traveling around in, was it at the time Russia? Now, like, a larger area that doesn't only encompass Russia. And he was taking color pictures in the early 20th century. So we're looking for one of these like outdoor pictures. My idea is that I'm getting JPEG. So hi, Wen. It's still gonna be the Community Pride Month art thing. I just haven't figured out anything good for that, and since I've been sick, I was just haven't had time to organize it. But I think it's something similar. I think that would be cool. Maybe I should enter the contest. I have one haiku that I might do for the contest. It's in Spanish, but let me give you the translated version. It's the syllables are not gonna make sense because it's in Spanish originally, but where do I have it? Here it is. It says something like, the translation's not going to sound as nice because I'm not using fancy words, but it says something like, the vine reaches the top of the great tower, high voltage. Basically, like, in Spanish, the adjective goes after, so if you say the high voltage tower, it like the structure of it would completely break in English, but in Spanish, you say like the tower of high voltage, basically. So that's the idea. Will you tell us the original Spanish? Oh yeah. In original Spanish, it is La vid alcanza la cumbre de la torre de alto voltaje. And a beautiful haiku. You should. You should enter the contest as well. I like to imagine Val is naturally JPEG and would be doing words off, it just turns on TAA. Are you doing okay, Wen? Black with glitter on top. Sounds great, Hammy. Anyway, we are looking for pictures such as this one. You know, daylight, nature, and my idea is to have the dying Megalomorpha, right, the dying bug, be sitting in the like under the shade of a tree or next to a little pond where we can see the bug and the reflection. That's sort of the idea, but originally it was going to be found inside a barn. Then I felt like that doesn't really match like impressionism much. So, you know, this might have been good as well, like just outside a barn, but...
Soldervin. Soldervin. Das whatever a Soldervin does. Stairs a chat. Love Sombal. Es a cryptid en apal.
It really is.
Here comes Soldervin.
Beautiful. Here, Bean, you get a treats. Oh, should we get a crunchy one? Hold on, chat. It's crunch time. Listen up, listen up. We're putting on crunch mode. So there's no audio filters at all, and you guys can hear the full crunch of a really JPEG bean. Fantastic crunching today, Bean. That was beautiful crunching, my liege. Okay. Let's turn the music back on. So many kisses. You're so happy. You can kind of see his eye in the JPEG. How's the drool? Pretty drooly. I got a couple drops on my hand. Good observation. Oh, I guess the more JPEG, the crunchier the treats are. That is true. So, yeah, we're just looking for a good background. I saw these hay bales. That was one of the first ones I saw. It could be like leaning on one of the hay bales. That was one of the ideas. Oh, forest trail might be good. There are so many like spots of light on the ground. So that could be pretty cool. Here's the house. That's the house I'm going to be using for this story. That's where he's going to be doing his painting. Yeah, anything with fields, flowers. Oh, this field of flowers. Is this poppies? I think it might be white poppies, right? Because of the bulbs. I'm not super big on flowers, but I think those might be. How about standing in a field of flowers, or lying down in a field of flowers? So he'd be the bug would be sort of probably in the foreground, like here. Might be a good one, like for an impressionist painting with all little flowers and stuff. It feels quite appropriate, doesn't it? Crunchy or crunches? No, I like crunches with a U, Siphon. Beans and invertebrate? Might be. This one's pretty cool too. Doesn't have as much of a background though. Anything with a little pond or river is a plus. or anything with like the shade of a big tree is also really good. This one has beautiful lighting too. If I would remove the kid, but it might be a really good one. And obviously there's the shadow of the photographer. There are many good options here, and it's only the first page. Hi, Bean. Crunchy or Crunches is Bean's scientific name. Oh, I can already tell it's going to be a tough choice. If only we had a close-up picture of this big tree. Would have been beautiful. And again, we don't have to choose something from this series of pictures. I just think it's a really good series. And, you know, there's a potential for some. And we have color too, which take like pictures from the time. Like we'd either have to take a modern picture that might have things that are too modern in them, or so we, you know, have to focus it more on the nature, or we take a historical picture that was made in color. So kind of narrows our choices. What is, there's this weird reflection on this one, weird shine here. This one's beautiful though. I just wish it was like closer to the edge here, edge of the river. What's up, Bean? Are you comfy there? You're so drooly, aren't you? Sort of prismatic frame effects. Yeah, I think it's because like each of these three negatives for each of the three color channels were taken separately. So in order to get the full color picture, you have to like line them up, and they're not like perfectly lined up. So a little bit like the red one goes a little bit further down, and you know, you only sort of get a frame inside where you get the color, and outside of it you just get this weird prism effects. Oh, we're back to being crisp. Crisp Bal is back. What's up, Bean? Do you want another crunch? Chat, do we give Bean another crunch? This one's really good, by the way. I was talking over it, but this one has really good potential to have like the Megalomorpha just sitting on the edge, on the bank of the river. This one, no, too city. Has to be like pure countryside. There's a water reservoir. Too watery, perhaps. The shade of a tree, but it's a close-up. It's a detail shot. Oh, Bean, your nails are like extremely sharp. Pomegranates. This is a cool one. I love the splashes of color in it. Look at that. I love the ones that show people like dressed up like in their clothes. I guess not dressed up, just showing the clothes at the time. Big hats. That's him, I believe. That's Gorski himself. Okay, we're getting less and less of his color pictures. Getting some of it like black and white. Look at that beautiful tree. Hi, Bean. What was that little scream? Do you guys hear that? We return to the meat phone. Yes, but in a different form. But I can't talk about it yet. Still not sure. But meat phone might be back. You wanna go down, Bean? If you go down, you don't get your treats. Or are you just gonna sit like that? Your choice. Okay, I guess you're just sitting like that. Oh, no. That didn't last long. Oh, look at vineyards. Vineyards. How do you say that? Here's the bean. Finally, in his correct place. Oh yeah, slow blinkies to you as well, dude. Sculpted puffball. Oh yeah, I've seen those. Those are really cool. Okay, this one with the vineyard is pretty cool as well. Well, lots of flowers in this one. It's a bit scuffed in terms of color, but it would fit an impressionist painting quite well, I believe. This guy generally just has a lot of good reference material for impressionist paintings. Look at this one. Oh my god. The aura. This guy with the bling, the medals. I love that. Say it the first way, like vineyard. It's more of a garden. That's very manicured. We don't want that. Oh, look, that's him again. That's Gorky just hanging out. This one, without the edge, it literally just feels like a modern picture. You can see the sort of the long exposure vibe that the water gets, because it was 3 different exposures, so I get it just like models it, makes it feel a little blurrier. Yeah, I think that's very interesting. Sorry, I bumped the mic. Hope that wasn't too bumpy. Saw this from like the thumbnail for this, and I thought it was a person, and this was like their little hat, and they were all dressed up with like a big a big robe or something. And like a white shirt. And they were holding out like a big flower. Look at that thumbnail. I love that. Oh, oh, look at this beast. What is that? What is that a chick of? Because my first impression was owl, but I think it has a bit of a long face for an owl. And owl chicks do look a bit scruffy like that, so I don't know. Oh, puppy. Owl chick? Okay, then I guess my first impression was probably correct. Oh, look at the messed up color in this one. It kind of looks like it's like a soap bubble effect. That's very interesting. Oh, this one isn't rural enough. It feels, you know, it's a bit of a canal in the city more than a rural area. It would have been so good though. Oh, I mean that's straight up from an impressionist painting with the lily pads and everything. That's like classic impressionism subject, the lily pads. Someone in a stream earlier today said that somebody saw them knitting in public and called them a cool baby owl in French. Cool baby owl. Okay, sort of featureless field, but could work as well. Like, I'm thinking we could mix together a few of the backgrounds to get something that's perfect for us, you know? A dog looks so much like a partner's dog. Oh, the one from before. I don't know if you want a link. I think it's in the previous page somewhere. Or maybe I lost it. We lost the dog. Oh, there it is. There it is. Here, I'll send you. Oh, you found it. Oh, it's in the chat anyway. Oh, this one's really good. Flowers, the shade of a tree. If this is high quality enough and we zoom in like this area, that would be incredible. I need to find the negative scan probably, but the Library of Congress might have it. This one's really good as well. I don't know if there'll be a color version for it though. Like, we're just looking for the name of the photographer, so it's gonna be like a lot of stuff from his career, and the most well-known stuff is the color photos, of course, but there's also stuff that he took before, probably. Named her Walter White because she was white and I was kind of... I love that. The creatures. I think we already saw this one, yeah. And the lily pads. We're getting some repeats. So maybe we're reaching the end point. This one's pretty good. Maybe if it didn't have like the building behind. Oh, what are you doing, Bean? Okay, are you just gonna... Alright. Sure. There he is. A child. This was pretty good too. Like if we're just lying against the fence. We're getting one of the problems photo manipulation is, you know, sometimes you just don't have enough pictures. So you have to take the one that you got and use that. Or like modify it in some way. Sometimes the problem is you got too many good pictures. And you get paralyzed by choice. Look at that. Old Ruin. Oh, that one's awesome. Oh, look at this one too with the strong light. I'm gonna have such a hard time with these, y'all. It's such a big collection too. Oh, I love that. They had a dog, which just means big white. Love that. Obscure cryptids. You seem to know a lot more than me about obscure cryptids. I unfortunately don't know that much. You might need to utilize these in another project. Yeah, there's like a lot of good material from old stuff. And we get to utilize the color. Specifically for this one, because it's going to be a painting, right? But it's going to be fun to utilize the color. Although the house one I'm going to have to turn into black and white, but still. It was really cool. But it's too, like, far away. Oh, feel the flowers. Stop giving me good options. Look at that lighting. Oh, that's really fun. Look at that weird, like bubbly, like soapy looking water. Because I guess the negatives are misaligned. Another one with a big tree. Cool statue. aquatic insects. Yeah, a lot of real world insects that have aquatic larvae and stuff like that. Whoa, look at this one. Love this silhouette. Is that a doggy? No, it's not a doggy, it's a bird. It's gonna be one of the tougher choices in a good while. We literally got a hay bale, like the same ones that Monet loved to paint. What a good reference that would be to put in. Oh, I have these ones have little nests. They look like giant eggs. That's a subject for an edit. You just change those into eggs. I don't know what that would be for, but just as a concept. But yeah, if we got space in the background, maybe including a hay bale would be good. They're practical in some way? I assume it's practical, probably so animals don't go up to eat them. Oh, look at that. A crumbling mosque. Oh, this would be really good for another Megalomorpha project. Another side of it. Damn, like, the amount of tabs I got open right now is sort of insane. But we're gonna go through and parse and try to find the sources for our favorite ones. And the others I'll just save for possible future use. This guy has such a cool collection though. Yeah, since the hay bale paintings by Monet were such an inspiration for this specific story, it would be a great nod. Oh, the shade of a tree. See, I was debating whether to just use one from the ones we found or keep searching, but I kept looking and the good ones keep appearing. I recently used this one, which is, I was looking, so for one of the recent SCP thumbnails I did, which I'll show you in a sec, hold on. I was looking for like old pictures of like traditional Russian dresses and stuff, and because it was specifically one of the SCPs, this SCP took place in Russia and had a group of like 12, they were called the 12 mothers, right? And they were all dressed like that. And so yeah, you can see this lady here. She's straight up here. That's her. This crumbling tree. Can already tell that parsing through this, that's gonna be hell, but birds. love that. What is that? Oh. Is that an art studio? No, I guess it just has a painting on an easel, but it's mostly guns. I thought it'd be more of an art studio that I could use for this story. Bird. Oh, I love all the ones where the colors are all messed up. Here are these two again. I think we've seen them before. Oh, I thought for a second that this was a strange figure in a hat. In a cape. The Hat Man has visited us. We're starting to get less and less of the color ones, I think. Still some good ones, though. I was thinking of like removing this, putting the Megalomorpha there, but the sizes would be a little bit scuffed, so... I think my favorite so far is the one with the ruin. And there's one that's like right under a tree. A couple of ones that are right under a tree. That might be good. It's like someday I'll just have to go over the entire series. Oh, bird. Because it's just so cool. Weird taxidermy. Squirrel. Hey, here's her again, with color. And her plate of something? What has been that? Maybe meat, maybe some sort of fruit. Something red. In the edit I did with her, I turned that into a skull. These are loading so slowly, like dial-up internet. Are you comfy there, Bean? I'm hoping flowers and not meat. I'm hoping meat. Okay, we're getting less and less interesting ones. So it might be a point, the point where we just parse through the ones we liked. Getting lots of repeats. Lots of them around rivers. The problem with a lot of the river ones is that it's usually pointing like right at the water. And there's not like a good place to put a subject. So they might look really good, but composition-wise, they're just not as useful. Okay. gonna call it. We're gonna look through the ones we got. See, like this one, right? It's really nice. It has, you know, rainbow and stuff. It's really nice, but it's just not like a really natural spot to put the subjects. So if you were like painting the scene, it would probably just stand very like in an awkward spot on right at the edge or something, or right at the bottom. I got smaller hay bales. This one I quite like. The gate. This one maybe for a background. This one has beautiful flowers, and we could put it like standing in the flowers or something, but maybe we use that as a background where we combine it with a different foreground. That's a possibility. Oh, this one isn't loading. Hello? This one's... The URL for this is picroll.com/media/lies. I guess it's because of this. But yeah, the URL just says lies. Do not trust the forest. Ah, oh, puppies. Okay, this one just has too much water. Owl chick. Some nice flowers. But not a good like focal point for our bug. This one's a bit scuffed in terms of color. Can probably be fixed with a filter. It does have good lighting. Colorful flowers. I don't love all this like brush here. It doesn't like the bush. It doesn't, you know, not as interesting composition wise. This one with vineyards is pretty good too. We got the duckies, of course. We got these two, which are for another project. I'm just gonna put these somewhere different. Got the hay bales. Is that the same one twice? Yes, it is. Got this one. Oh, there's one I skipped over, didn't I? This one I really liked that was like under a tree. Oh, this was it. Okay, which is further ahead. Okay, like this one might be one of my favorites if we can like crop it in a little bit in like this area, so we get the Megalomorpha under the tree. So let's see if we can find it. It's in the Library of Congress, which is really good news because the Library of Congress usually has negative scans that are just crisp. So let's see. It says it's in this album. Okay, what if I just search for this? Photos. Let's see. Come on, Library of Congress. Load. Don't break on me today. Sometimes this website breaks. Great website, Library of Congress. Incredible resource. Sometimes it just refuses to work. Like right now it's loading. It's giving me a little like loading thing on the tab, but it's giving me nothing. Nothing at all. Sometimes if you search for less words, it can do the trick. So let me reload this. And there it is. Okay, it worked. I was searching for too many words. She does chug sometimes. She do. Okay, how big is this? The TIFF is 26 megabytes, but this seems to be a different scan of it. we get, this TIFF is 40 megabytes, so this one's larger, and then we got the black and white. And we even get the single, you can see how this was made. These are the negatives. These are the 3 pictures that were taken and then combined into one with different filters to do the all the colors. And you can see like how the flowers don't show up in one, they do show up in the others. Really interesting. Cookie dough ice cream. Damn, enjoy. Okay, so let's see this specific non-edited render or scan, I guess, of the 3 negatives on top of each other. This takes place in Western Siberia, apparently, which is pretty far away, but it doesn't matter if the vibes are correct. Come on, give me the image. Please load. Oh, it's not loading me. It's giving me a gray screen. I just want the image. In case we have found the resource, I'm going to close the pixel version of it. This one is one of my favorites too. Oh, finally this loaded. Perfect. I'm going to download here the TIFF 40 megabytes, so it's going to take a minute. It's a pretty slow website for downloads. But it works. Okay, perfect. So we have received one. Let's see. This seems to be the name of this one. And again, we're going to try to narrow the search by removing the name. There it is. That was pretty quick. And we seem to have the color and just a black and white. It doesn't seem to be like an alternate color scan or anything. But we do get the crisp version of it. So far, so good. If these are all in the Library of Congress, which they seem to be, like the whole collection appears to be in the Library of Congress website, that is like huge news. Because like maybe even a zoom of this one, although this one's so far away. Let's try the other one first. I love how since the negatives have cracks in different parts, when you combine them, they just look like, you know, weird color stains. But that's just like the glass of the negative, because these were glass negatives. These were not film. Okay, is it gonna download? Please download. Please do the thing. Okay, it's downloading. Okay, let's try out these two in Photoshop. I think one of them is already downloaded. So let me drag it in. Actually, both of them are downloaded. Perfect, great timing. There's bean hairs all over my screen. Why might that be, Bean? And this picture is probably too long. Usually canvases are not that long, so we can make it a little smaller. So we can do like 3x4 probably. Or what is the current one? The current one is 4x6, so that's 3x2. We can do 5x4. How much money would someone have to pay to make a fractal penis photo? There's no money in the world. Yeah, I love the lighting in this picture. It's very beautiful. And finding it in a ruin might give it, you know, like just a sort of implied story that is pretty nice. It's not as impressionist. Although I guess, you know, impressionist paintings did paint like buildings and facades and stuff, but it's usually more like nature, more like this. This one's a bit more color balanced. This one is a bit yellow, but we can edit the colors. I can barely stream fractal fingers. Sure. Imagine streaming that. Instant ban. Let's see. Oh, that's still crisp enough. Like, I wouldn't... This level of quality, I wouldn't, like, allow it for final edits. But this is meant to be reference for painting, and it's going to be impressionist style painting, so you don't actually need that much detail, because things just turn into bigger brush strokes, you know? So this one might be really good. I don't know. Also, it's really fun to see how the picture is perfectly aligned, right? So you can see, like, you know, the flowers pretty much match and stuff. The trunk matches perfectly. But since the negatives were taken at slightly different times, you can see how the leaves just rustled and moved with the wind, right? And you can see how they shifted from one picture to the other because they leave this trace. I don't know. It's really interesting, like, artifact of that specific method of taking color pictures. Of taking, like, 3 separate pictures. Not at the exact same time. Oh, let's see, Caesar. It sounds exactly like what I'm talking about. Oh, these are this collection. Here's a doggy. I love this. Oh yeah, you can see that's what you were talking about, right? The children moving, giving us this effect. Wait, can't I? Oh, you can see it here. This effect, weird like color ghosting effect. That's great. Yeah, exactly the same that's happening to the leaves here. We get ghost children. That's a fun concept. What about a ghost that instead of being like translucent, I guess it would be translucent, but it is translucent because it only appears on like 1 or 2 color channels. Like the ghost is invisible in the blue channel, which to our eyes would look like, you know, the ghost doesn't, it's invisible to our blue cone, like the color receptors, which would make it appear translucent because one of our color receptors aren't seeing it or something like that. Color ghost. I'm gonna note that down. Where's my phone? Color ghost. There we go. Imagine being at a rave with flashing colored lights and you can only see somebody when a certain light is on. Really good. That's when we get the Color Ghosts movie made. That has to be one of the scenes. Like, imagine looking at a crowd and only sometimes you get a flash of one person and they're looking at you like this. Yeah, it allows blue light. Yeah, I guess that would make more sense then. It's not like invisible to our blue cones, but yeah, it lets blue light pass through. It is translucent only on the blue spectrum, the blue part of the spectrum. Yellow tinted ghost. Okay, chat. We need to make a choice. Hard choice. Ruins or shade of a tree? What do you guys prefer? In both cases, it's going to be like slumped. So either on the trunk here or on the side of the... on one of the walls of the ruin, right? Because it's dying, so we gotta imply that it's sort of, you know, slumped, lifeless. Oh, good night, Suzo. Sleep well. I'm glad you like this photographer. Can you flip between them again? Sure. Got under the tree. And we got the ruin. A little too strong a texture and overall new subjects. I mean, that mostly depends on how you paint it. Once you take this in an impressionist style, you're not going to see the bricks that much. It's sort of like blurring it. Where you'll only get the shapes of the building, something a bit more like this, if that makes sense. So like strong textures isn't that much of a worry in this case. A beast even a supernatural one might find comfort under a tree while dying. True. I guess what I like about the ruin, and it's like originally this was the idea, but what I like about the ruin specifically is that without telling you anything else, it implies that this thing is sort of like ancient, or it has some history with this old temple looking thing. We don't know what it is, right? But, you know, temple-ish thing. Better sense of scale, that's true. Would help with the scale. Yeah, trees can give you an idea, but yeah, we don't, it's not as good of a scale. We get like smaller plants and stuff. There's a definite, like very specific scale. Although it is a big arch, but you know, we get little plants and stuff to sort of make that implication really clear. Okay, we're gonna work with this one for now. I think I'm leaning towards this one. First thing I want to do is go into the blue channel, and we're gonna turn the blues up. To basically balance out the white. Let me actually see what like Photoshop would think if I... No, okay, Photoshop is really confused by the edges of this picture, which have like all sorts of weird colors to like calculate the white balance correctly. But we can do that manually. So we push it down a little bit towards yellow in the shadows. So it's not as blue here. It was a bit of a tough color balance, I'm gonna say. I'm looking at these bricks, right, which are the most yellow point right now. It's right around here, while these shadows aren't that far actually. So yeah, I guess I gotta let the blue, the shadows sort of be bluish, which isn't the best, but we can fix it later. In any case, it does fix up the colors a bit. Bean, I'm gonna slide the tablet out. Okay, thank you. You did not budge. Sounded like you had a favorite between those two. I mean, sometimes I will, but I will not realize it is until I give it some thought. Why is my tablet scuffed? Hold on. It was working fine yesterday. Tablet is not responding. Okay. Bean, hold on. Need to unplug and plug this. Sorry, Bean. Oh no, you're so comfy. Oh no, I woke you up. Sorry, Bean, my tablet was just not responding. Okay. Is it? Okay, it's working, but it's not. It's trying to recognize all three screens instead of only the central one, which is really annoying. It should be on here. But the thing to configure it isn't working. What? Wacom center, maybe this one? Restart the control, the driver. Didn't Bean smash some buttons? It's not a monitor thing, it's a tablet's settings thing where you want it to specifically only work on a single monitor instead of trying to, you know, split all three monitors between the area of the tablet. Okay, did it restart the drivers? Yes. Okay, that worked. And that is, yes, okay. Okay, it's working fine. I guess I just had to restart some software things. I'm not sure. In any case, all is well that ends well. So what I want to do here is take all these yellows. We have really strong yellows in this picture, right? And we want to push them a little bit towards red. Great. And then we want to find the blues, which are going to be the shadows. In sort of like, you know, weird areas that shouldn't be blue. And we're going to reduce the contrast or the saturation on them. And that should hopefully give us a much more white balanced photo from this to this. Then I want to go into the master, to the just general saturation and turn it up a little. Then some parts are going to look scuffed, like, you know, this reddish edge. There's a little bit like light leaking through the edges. We don't have to be perfect with this. I gotta remind myself this is reference for painting and not like a finished thing in and of itself. So we just want to have a good reference rather than a perfect image. So we can fix up some colors manually. Just going into the color settings, reducing some of the like weird greens that pop up in the middle of nowhere. This little stain here, that's going to be annoying when we get to the actual bug. Alright, there's little stains like that, nothing major. It's gonna be smoothed over. With Sparrow. I can't choose the ships. It's you guys who gotta ship them. Go be the change you want to see in the worlds. Also, oh, I get that. I like that we get to see the sun in this. I think we might zoom it out a little bit. And I don't like the building in the back, but what this might benefit from is removing this building and putting some different, more nature-ish background. That might work pretty well. Just like everything outside this corner. This corner might be fine, but we might put some blue sky on there. This corner, this side, and everything below there. Behind there. Be the menace you want to see in the world, exactly. Okay, the really scuffed thing is that the blue sky here is entirely green. Although I guess we haven't edited the greens. Okay. So if we make those greens bluer. Okay, that can work. Okay, that said, I think I'm going to try to just select the entire ruin out. Just so I get like a decent edge, and it did not do it well. Nothing good there. No, it's just sort of selecting bricks individually. Okay. This is not a job for Photoshop's auto selection. Might be good for this in the back, and we can change the background too, like outside of this, to get something with a bit more contrast. That might be good. Okay, get me the whole thing, please. Photoshop. Photoshop. Yes. Yeah, Photoshop selection is refusing to collaborate today. And I gotta remind myself, there's reference for a painting, we don't have to be perfect. But I like the bricks to be perfectly selected. It's hard to shun my instincts. Okay, these bricks are a bit more important to select because they are part of the silhouette of the building. What does the spawn of Googlia and Terry look like? Well, some people have already created something called Toogly, which is a big eyeball. Little feather on top. Should we keep this? This seems to be part of the ruin, right? Okay, so that's the selection of the foreground. Now we can go in here, create a group. Make that into the layer mask, or actually inverted. Fix up a couple areas. And that's the areas we can sort of change with other pictures. You missed that one? Hold on. I might have one downloaded. On the fridge. And if I don't, I'll have to look for it. I think it was Sora who made Toogly. I'll have to ask Sora for it, because I can't find it right now. What do you think that spawn of Clatterwing's Pharaoh would look like? That's up to you. Be the change you want to see. Okay, let's try different backgrounds here. For example, what if we put this in? Not so close, but... can get like a nice blue sky from this one. Blue sky with a bit of tree. Right, so this can make a nice base for this, like the upper part of the background. Although I sort of want to add a bit of saturation to the blues, or cyans in this case. A little bit. But obviously that doesn't match any of the lower part. Godfather Val with the photos of his grandchild. You're trying to make the most repulsive thing to ever create a Discord because you're an artist and have free will. Exactly. Good exercise in free will. We can't quite elucidate the vanishing or the horizon here, at least in the original picture, right? We're sort of looking up a little bit. If we take these arches to be aligned, which I think these two might be, I don't think this one is actually. If we take them to be aligned, that means the vanishing point is like way low, like somewhere in the back here, which would make the horizon really low, so we could actually see a good chunk of sky in the back there, I believe. If I'm not like mistaken, because it's a little tough to tell. We can only tell by the building because the background is just sort of messy, and I think there's either like a hill in the back here or something that just makes it a little more confusing. And the background here doesn't tell us much. But yeah, I believe the vanishing point is quite low. Ooh. Could have something like this, where we get a bit of flower field and just like trees continuing into the background. Like I said, flower field is too far, which makes it a little weird. Guess something like this would make a bit more sense, but get no sky here. This one has the weird colors. Let's give the around the flower field that we had before. But we'll keep more of the original there. Little rock wall. Helps with the surreality. I guess that's true. And I don't know, maybe we use the same picture again, but maybe a different one for the background here. We wanted to more or less match the other one, of course. Maybe with taller trees or something. Okay. What do you think, chat? Does this give it... Also, I need to fix out the color. There we go. It gives it more of a nature vibe, right? It's not surrounded by buildings. It's sort of out in the middle of nowhere, which makes for an interesting little contrast, I guess. Make your own spawn of Terra and Googly Owl, of course. I would love to see that. I was also thinking the foreground here is just kind of dirt, and I would like the flower field vibe. So what do we have here for foreground? Let's see if it's anything usable. Otherwise, we might have to get another one of the pictures. Now, because the angle is a bit too scuffed, and we can clearly see it if we do that. Okay. Let's go back to our search. Because we definitely had a couple good ones that looked like, you know, that had that flowered field vibe. This one, but they're too tall. This one, again, they are too tall. It's gonna be an annoyance. Oh yeah, no space for hay bales in this. Unfortunately. Oh, okay, this one maybe? It does have flowers in the foreground. It's slanted, but maybe we can make it work. It looks like a poppy field. Okay. Let's look for this without the Sergey. See if we find it. That seems to be it. Any desire for flower symbolism? Do you just want some nice flowers? Mostly that, yeah. Mostly just want some nice flowers. It's a vibe of the Impressionists, I guess. That informs me. Okay. Can drop that into Photoshop. Just downloaded. Perfect. Oh, this one's crisp and nice. This one has like little ruins too. Very interesting. Okay, let's see if we can fit this. And if so, how? It actually fits quite well, just right off the bat. And we only need it to last until like here because, you know, then when you get in, once you get inside the structure, it would make sense that flowers wouldn't really grow well. I guess Control M, and let's do the RGB well again, because this one once again has too much yellow. So we want to turn that into blues. And this might also imply going in here, finding the yellows, which is most of the picture. And pushing them towards green. Till it more or less matches. We got a little bit of a like brick wall here, which we can take it or leave that. It matches the vibe definitely, so. More ocean-based stuff? Of course. Always plenty of cool ocean-based things to do. The answer to any question that starts with, do you ever plan on making more something? It's probably going to be yes. There's a big difference between planning on and actually making, of course. But I got a list of ideas in my phone that numbers, I think it's in about 200 or something. Okay, I think we got the vibe. Also, Bean is a perfect circle right now. Look at him. Can turn around the Bean. Yeah, Roots. How are you doing? Oh, my tea ran out. Tragedy. Hey, Dissulta. He is a cinnamon bun right now. Truly. Okay. So, time for the bug. Save this. And we are gonna hop over to iNaturalist. And we're gonna try to find a bug that looks like, you know, it could be lying down here dying. Okay, so we're gonna look for carpenter bee. And just look for this entire subfamily of carpenter bees. I think we just do view observations. No. Never know which button to hit. Bats? There we go, that's the one. Carpenter bees are really cool. They're solitary bees, and they usually have jet black colors. They're not as fuzzy, but sometimes they are. And sometimes they're fuzzy in like really strange colors. Like these blue ones. Look at that! How many blue animals are there? And there are one species of fuzzy ones, which are exactly these, the valley carpenter bees, where the males are really fuzzy and the females are jet black, which is really funny. It's like goth girlfriend. Here, hold on, let's see if we can find the females. If we go for valley carpenter bee, I think that's a species, but could be wrong. Yes, it was. So the valley carpenter bees, you get the males, which are just like fluffy boys. They're big too, look at those. And then the females. Oh, look at this one. This one is half male, half female. Sometimes that happens in bugs. And the females are goth girlfriends. I love them so much. Anyway. We are going into the whole group of carpenter bees. Finding specifically public domain photos. Oh, look at this one. This one looks scrunched up. That's pretty much perfect. I don't know if the angle is going to be perfect, but that pose might make it work. I don't know. You're stung in your by a bee in the ear. Ah, that sounds annoying. Blue fuzz with pronouns. A bee with blue hair and pronouns. Folks, bees have gone woke. I love carpenter bees. They're called that because they dig their nests into the wood generally. And they're pretty solitary, although sometimes they do take care of their young and they have like a slight remnants of like, you know, like honeybees and stuff that have like the home caste system. They have a little bit of that, which tells us probably how those systems evolved, how eusociality evolved. But they're generally pretty solitary and they'll just like leave their children out too. fend off for themselves once they've pupated. Also, look at those beautiful wings. I love the wings of carpenter bees, and it was one of the inspirations. And I guess when I did the statues that I showed you, I did it so that, you know, it looks like the wings and the halos are metallic, like those are cast in like bronze or something, because I wanted to replicate the style, the vibe of carpenter bee wings, which have this metallic sheen to them. Genandromorph, that's when they're half male, half female. This one's a big head. Look at those wings. They're just one of the prettiest bugs to me. Oh yeah, I'm just kind of looking at them, and I should be looking for the pose. I was just so distracted. I was just admiring them. Okay, scroll back up. Focus. Focus. Okay, we're mostly looking for ones like seen from the front, or at most from like the profile. But yeah, I would like to see them from the front. So like this one maybe want to go profile, but I don't think it's as interesting as this, you know? This one just kind of limp there. Might be good. It's a big-headed, large carpenter bee.
33 months.
33 months, scripted. Thank you so much. Val is just having a good time looking at cool pictures. I do. I am very guilty of that, especially this stream. Do you know how many cryptids or cryptids are in Cryptozoologicon? No idea. I don't have it physically, though I should get it when they get it on print. Oh, this one is the same, but slightly more from the side. Yeah, ideally we find some from the front. And it's slightly better, though we're missing a chunk of the body. But it could be used in combination with another one, or just like filling up the blank a little bit for ourselves. Because I gotta keep telling myself, there's not a final edit. It's only gonna be a reference for a painting, so... Hello. Oh no. Oh no, it's dead. But it'll be a great picture. You know how many cool pictures you find that I get to share with other people? I'm glad. I'm glad they're useful. I'm glad they get to be spread. A different streamer made a whole ass poster with the bees in the cars. Oh my god, I love the bees in the cars photo. Hey, pythons. I'm making a dying Megalomorpha. But this one's a bit special because it's a collaboration with my mum, who's going to make the painting, and I'm just making the reference for the painting. So that's the idea. Look at this swan. It looks so cool. Oh, another dead boy. Unfortunately, the dead ones are usually the ones you'll see from the front. So they're probably our best bets. I love bees. They're puppies to me. Oh, this was just flailing, looks like. Ah, get me out of here. Poor thing. These pictures are not really good, but they have a good pose. Nothing today, and you've done nothing today, and yet you're exhausted. I feel it. I've been there for the past couple weeks or so. So I get it. But yeah, hey, yesterday I was able to go to the gym, and that was, you know, it was good. And so I'm feeling a bit better. That's why I'm starting streaming again too. Also, tomorrow we're streaming again. I mean, we're streaming for the rest of the week till Friday night. And tomorrow's stream is going to be fun. It's an idea I've had in my head. I want to ask you guys for your thoughts, because I have a very specific question. Okay, so you might remember 2 edits I did over the past couple of years. First of them was a dog that had just caught a gnome in its mouth, and it was just like the gnome is just hanging limp from the dog's mouth, and the dog had that guilty look on his face. The second one was a unicorn lying dead on the road that had just been, you know, in a traffic accident with a truck. So we got dead gnome, dead unicorn. I'm thinking of continuing that little series with more just like very classic sort of bog standard. It's not like an interesting take on a creature or anything. It's just like the standard creature with, no, that's just dead in a funny way, essentially. And the next one I thought of was a dead fairy, which is why tomorrow's stream is called Fairy Splatter. And I have a very specific idea in mind, but I'm pretty sure I've seen that somewhere. So I got the feeling I'm like unconsciously copying it from some other piece of media, where a fairy splattered on a windshield. Like, you know, when you're driving on your car and you pass through a bunch of bugs and there's a bunch of mosquitoes or flies that splatter on the windshields, and then you just like use your windshield wiper, it just lives like white goo. That, but with a fairy. Problem is, I'm like 90% sure I've seen that somewhere before, like a movie did it or something. And I can't quite place my finger on it. I was pretty sure it was Gravity Falls, but then I rewatched Gravity Falls and I don't remember seeing that scene. I don't think you're stealing it. I know it's, you know, like, it could be convergent thinking, but I'm pretty sure I saw it. They hit a fairy with a fly swatter? Oh, it might be it. Let me see. That could be it. Hold on, let me pull it up on.
You could the fairies attracted to the book zappers.
Bug Zappers is good too. Okay, can't find that scene. But Bug Zappers is good too. I don't know, that down as an alternative. One Pixar movie, Onward? I don't think I've seen that. I looked it up online and I can't find. I was looking for different combinations of words like windshield, fairy, windshield fairy joke, windshield fairy movie. I can't find any examples. So I might just be mistaking it for something else that I've just like, you know, associated with it in my mind. So yeah, if you guys can remember that specific scene from somewhere, let me know. Because then maybe we'd do something different. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be Dead Fairy, whether it's that or something else.
There was also a book movie. I can't recall which one that has a windshield in maybe a B movie.
I haven't seen a B movie. I only know it for the memes. But it might be, yeah. There's definitely like bugs on windshields is something that is weird on movies. I was like, at first, this one's pretty much perfect, by the way. See, at first I was like pretty sure it was Gravity Falls. But no clue then, I didn't find anything. Look how shiny those wings are. Beautiful. Okay, let's try the ones I found, because this one's pretty good, and it might just be perfect with the right angle and everything. These are not as good. This one might be good too.
Are you familiar with the concept of a lect? It's where a bunch of flying bugs congregate in one spot for mating purposes. That's why sometimes you walk into a cloud of nuts. Maybe someone walks through a fairy lake and they start swatting.
I didn't know that had a word. Lek. Interesting. Okay, let's try one of these two. Yeah, lek is a good word. It's a funny word. Okay, let's just do a quick selection and try these. And this one just feels... don't know how big I'd make it, but let's just say this. We can't quite see its face. It might be good. I don't know. You got a little bit of the hand there, but don't pay no mind. We are figuring things out. This one we have the beautiful helmet face. And honestly, it also looks like hunched over. The wings are not as perfect in their position. Like, maybe they should be a little lower or a little flatter. So maybe we move them down or something, but in terms of the body... bean hair on my nose. In terms of the body, I think that's a really good shape. We've got the gnomes, unicorns, mermaids, technically witches and goblins. It didn't get killed. I mean, the goblin one, it calls for extermination, so... Working our way to finally kill a dragon. Flying into an airplane. I actually thought about... but then it's... that has definitely been done. I've seen a couple examples of it. Of a dragon being downed by like a fighter jet or something. But it's not as ridiculous of a death, so I don't know. Maybe we need to find a funnier death for a dragon. But definitely, I'd like to do dragons someday for this little series-ish. Okay, so we have the wing here. Yeah, I feel like we can pull it down a little bit. Just to make it feel, you know, like it's sitting there at rest. Rather than about to fly off. This wing is kind of broken too, which I like. Okay, let me do the selection right. That should be about it. Oh. Fix this up. There we go, wing 2. Tooth fairy. That'll be fun, that'll be fun. A dragon getting into a territorial fight with a windmill. Oh, that is really fun actually. And the photo is just like the dragon impale on the windmill. Don Quixote style. Do you mind if I steal that? Okay, hold on. I should have a folder for these. Let me make a new folder that's called Fairy Tale. Okay. I have another one for this little series, which is some kind of sea monster. I don't know exactly what it should be, but it's some folklore thing of the seas, caught in like plastic rings or like a fishing net or something. I'm gonna move those in there. Dragon getting into to a territorial. Fight with a windmill. Ah, words. Another one I thought of was glue traps, but glue traps fit gnomes as well. So I don't know, like, and I'm only doing like the most classic fairy tale creatures rather than like just regular folklore things, because, or like, you know, more specific local folklore things, because that's, you know, I feel like that's not as funny. It has to be like a stereotypical unicorn, otherwise it's not as funny to me. So I need to find like one small household thing would be good for a glue trap. A sea serpent through plastic ring. The sea serpent feels too big. That's the kind of the problem with the plastic rings one, is that most fairy tale type creatures in the water or in the ocean are enormous. Like, I don't know, if a dead kraken would be fun. A dead, you know, sea serpents, that sort of thing, but that wouldn't fit with a plastic net. So the plastic rings. Rich troll that works as a tool booth vendor. Oh, gotta be dead. We're killing these creatures, Lilith. in a very silly way. Some art of dragons getting stuck in various places, like Eastern dragons with their heads and necks stuck through tea kettles, cardboard takeout boxes. Werewolf getting caught by animal control. That'll be good. Yeah, werewolf would definitely be a good one for that series. A kraken biting through an underwater cable, getting electrocuted. That one's really good too. I like that. I'm gonna do that one down too. Biting into underwater cable. A griffin that flew into the window of a skyscraper. That's really good as well. Yeah, I was actually thinking of griffins or Pegasi, Pegasus, and I couldn't find a good death for them, so flying into glass. Those are all really good, y'all.
Then a bridge roll jumping in front of a car and getting hit by it while trying to collect tolls from a non-toll road.
I like that. Poor thing. Just trying to do his job. Oh, sorry, Bean. Did I startle you? Yeah, the color's gonna be a little scuffed on this. Okay, this wing should be darker. Or I guess I should shift the edge inwards a bit so you don't get that weird edge. That is better. And I gotta keep reminding myself, this is just reference. Don't overdo it. Oh, this green spot is weird. There we go. It's hard to fight against your instincts of like finishing everything perfectly. Because that's not what we're doing today. It's a little tough, but we can do it. We can do it. Okay. So what concerns me the most is getting a good silhouette right now. Right now, she blends into the background a bit too much. So yeah, maybe we just want it to be like a little bit too dark. No. Although we want the... We don't want it to go like darker than the rest of the image. So like if we do this, we don't want, you know, the black areas to be darker than, hold on, there we go. To be any darker than this, or the actual like shadows in the image like this. Which actually we can do a quick check here where we put everything in black and white.
Way.
Hey, Welsh. Put in one of the meme death. Family Guy death pose. World War II fighter pilot who talked about little gremlins or kobolds fixing his plane after it had been shown in battle. That's fun. Okay, let's see. If we take the darker spots in the image from here, we analyze them, we're about at 18%. While if we do this, we're currently at 18%. That's pretty spot on, just on instincts. Okay, so we can't go any darker than that, but we can make everything a little dark. Or too bright, too. Because again, this guy thinks he's seen an angel. So anything that makes it look more angelic is good. What if I take a little chunk of wall that's in the shadow and we try to make that work here? So I take like this little bit of wall. Then I take it and sort of line it up here. Let's see what that gives. Like, where's that shadow coming from? I don't know. But it's for contrast. Hopefully makes some better contrast. That's the idea.
Centaur set a racetrack and one of it breaks its ankle so it gets put down. Or is that too dark?
I mean, that is very horse-like. But we did definitely do a centaur. Okay, let's do a color layer here. Okay, I'm thinking of taking little chunks from the background that would be covered by the bug. And copying those over sort of above. So that way it hopefully gets us some better... Oh, damn, hold on. Yeah, hopefully we get a better contrast over here, for example. Mermaids grabbing bait, eating it, and pulling the hook to drag them. That's good. But they need to be dead. We already killed a mermaid, technically. Actually, we've killed many mermaids. There's a dead one at the bottom of the ocean, and in the first mermaid picture, there are many dead ones. Googly eye, where is it? Pop up, there we go. Perfect. Killed too many mermaids. I am on some kind of mermaid watch list, for sure. Oh yeah, hold on. Below the eyes, I wanted to do one quick thing, and it is removing this little pupil just to make the eye... It's not a pupil, right? This, in compound eyes, when you look at a bug with compound eyes directly, you'll see this little spot that looks like a pupil, but you're just looking at the end of one of those compound eye cells, and it sort of looks like a little circle. But yeah, I want to remove that because I don't want it, I don't want to give the impression to my mom that's, it's meant to have a little eye, a little pupil. I mean, should send her this version. Yeah, I don't know how dark I want to go. Hold on, this pupil is throwing me off a little because the googly eye. Also, Bean, your neck. You're stretching your neck, aren't you? Do we want like strong shadows? Like strong contrast, or more like soft shadows? I feel like soft shadows match. Impressionism better tends to have soft shadows, so yeah, maybe we keep that.
Here's how it's going so far.
Maybe a phoenix on the windshield of a plane. I'll be the second windshield one, but Phoenix is definitely another good one to do. Okay, what's it carrying here? I guess that's the end of the stick it's standing on. I guess we should remove that. I honestly, I'm gonna tell this to my mom in words, but I don't want the bee to be like super clear, because it's meant to be like something he painted over and over and over and over. So yeah, I want it to be like a little fuzzy, like he's not quite clear on the details. He's putting his whole mind to trying to remember this one moment, and he can't quite remember how it was. Because he's being brainwashed, right? So it's like, he's trying to fight the brainwash to actually see it for what it is. Not out of fear, but, out of sort of reverence. Hi, Bean. You want to paint? Kind of the engine of a plane? That would make more sense, yeah. Or illegally by poachers. shadow, fake shadow here is bothering me a bit too much. Okay, here's another option I wanted to try, or consider at least. And it's giving it sort of a halo, like a glow. But you know, since Impressionism is all about light and stuff, I feel like the halo would just be a flash or something. Like, let's see. Maybe this? Maybe this. Maybe like giving it this more angelic look. Like bathed in light sort of deal. Or this, more like a lens flare type deal. Though, again, when it gets translated into a painting, it's not gonna look like a lens flare, but more of a radiant glow. That's what I guess I mean. I don't know if the halo is too on the nose, but I guess he believes he's seeing an angel. So some sort of halo effects would definitely be warranted in his case. And it's something like less extreme, but still. Bean, why are you sitting like that? Is that comfortable for you? I assume it is. Otherwise, I don't think you'd be doing it. Just sitting there with his legs in the air. He just did a little wave. Like, hello, human. I am indeed chillin'.
He made
Cass.
the crawler.
Crawler for you. Thank you so much for the resub. And 20 months already. Oh yeah. Okay, should we try to deliberately give these wings their shimmery, glowy feel? I feel like that will make sense, right? Bean just did a little stretch, so I think that means yes. I think that means make it glowy now. I think I have the shimmery wings in the files for the other. Let me put the GUIs back on. The files for the statue for this one, actually statue 2 should have that file. Bean is a decider. He really is. Let's see what we get here. Boom. Yes, perfect. Look at that beaut. So for a second, I was actually about to separate the wings into two, two more clearly separated wings. Then I realized these are hymenopterans. Hymenopterans, aka bees, wasps, and ants. They have a very specific form of their wings where they actually, they have the 4 wings, 2 on each side. What is bro doing? They have 2 wings on each side, but they are stuck together by a sort of Velcro-ish thing, which makes them act as one. And that's where hymenopteran comes from. Terran is wing. Hymenop, I don't know exactly what that means. I think it's like membrane or something like that. So yeah, all this to say that no, I'm actually not going to separate the wings into 2 distinct ones, because that would go against the B code. She hymen on my after. My cat is leaking, yes. He's a slow-moving liquid, much like tar. I think that more or less makes sense with the shape of the wing. Although, no, I guess it doesn't. It's close though. Although we don't have to use a full texture now that I think about it. What if I put it on iPass? It reduces the color. I guess it does. Yes, yeah. Okay, we can do that. I guess we can also just let these exist and forget about the original wings, which it does fit. It's not perfect, but it more or less fits. Then on the other side, I'm actually going to clip them on. We don't see as much at this wing anyway. And the tip is cut off, that's why I want to clip it on. Because that way we keep the broken wing. The Kraken ate the whole Pacific garbage patch and then died. No. Of course you can do a photo of your own idea, Bill. Go for it. Bean's paws are right on where I need to put my pen. I'm sorry, Bean. Beans.
What about a village that has an imprisoned hydra that they just keep cutting heads off of to stop their food shortage?
It's messed up. I like it. Whoa, big shake, Bean. Yeah, you put snot all over my arm. Great stuff. Oh. Where are you going, Bean? Look at his little monkey tail. Whoop. Careful. Careful there. There you go. Don't bite the cables. I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna give you a toothbrush. So you behave. You take out a toothbrush, okay? Oh, he skipped that song with an incredibly deft tail movement. Bean is choosing the playlist today. Who are we to refuse him?
My husband suggested a phoenix that got caught up in the California wildfires, and when the firefighters put out the fire, they put out the phoenix as well now.
Oh, they put out the phoenix. Poor thing. That's good. Anyway, I was thinking this wing would go over or under the bushes. I guess they're really close to the wall, so maybe it would go over actually. Thinking about it. And they're like a little translucent too. So we can give them a slight bit of translucency. I guess not the back one. Okay, these are fun colors. That said, I don't know if the color balance... Yeah, it makes them like really purple. So maybe I need to either turn down the saturation or... change the hues, perhaps? Go specifically to the purple, maybe. Or the magentas. Okay, so we do that. And we add the hue saturation to the back one as well. You say banshees are well known enough? I think not for that series. Let's actually put all of this together and find the color scheme that matches it the best. Because I think we need to do some color grade in here. Maybe sort of reduce the textures as well, because that, you know, reduce unnecessary detail for the painting reference. Yeah, I think we need to go bluer in general. Sort of keep it low contrast. Maybe go into certain colors in the color mixer to add some saturation. You saturate the reds a little bit so we get the flowers pop in. Zombie fungus and affects minotaurs. Okay, I think we're getting too far off the vibe of the series, which is fairy tale creatures dying in ridiculous ways that have to do with, you know, like humans and modern life that, you know, a fairy tale creature wouldn't be accustomed to. So, you know, things like hit by a car and stuff. That's what I'm thinking. There's definitely some weird artifacts going on there, but we can remove those manually. I don't think that'll be a big issue. Yeah, I want the purples to show up, honestly. I want them to... purple shadows to be there, because I think that's a cool tone, a cool color. Reminds you of Thailand? Well, they're somewhere in Russia, or at least what used to be the Russian Empire, so, you know, Russian surrounding countries. I don't know exactly where, though. Yeah, it's actually weird or funny to do color grading on a picture it's not gonna be a picture. Something that's gonna become a painting. I'm trying to think of the colors less in terms of like realism and stuff, and more in terms of, you know, what'll be nicer to paint. And also ignoring glaring errors. I think this shadow is too dark. But you will have to go underneath and change that. And I wonder if there's a good way of making this slightly more like a painting, just to give my mom an idea of what I'm thinking of, but I bet she can do that with her own brain. That's sort of glowy, that's nice. Okay, so let's go in here. We're gonna change a couple things. First of all, gonna go into the colors and gonna make that weird edge on the trees better. Trying to maybe keep some of the green, but doesn't matter a ton as long as there's no like super weird artifacts. We're gonna make this rock here a little bit more green, so it sort of blends in with the background. Same with, I think, these rocks. And make them a bit darker too. I feel like zombies are too much of their own thing to fit into this dead folklore creature series. Men in Black 2, there's a scene with a giant worm that lives in a subway and eats one of the trains. That rings a bell. It's been a long time since I watched Men in Black. I love the bug guy. I think that's the first movie, right? Okay, what if I just take some white or some slightly yellowish white and wash all this area in a bit of lights. Give everything some glow. Which would fix a shadow that's too dark and maybe make it feel a little bit more angel-like. Oh, thanks for the save reminder. Should I make it a little bigger? The size of Megalomorpha can vary quite a bit. PSB. How? What the hell? It's probably one of the B layers, I assume. Oh, all the repeated things in the background. That would make sense. These are very zoomed in. Let me try the bigger B. Big B. Honestly, too, it's gonna be a subjective interpretation because he's not painting it with the model in front of him. He's trying to remember. He's probably going there, like going to the place where he found it to paint the background itself. So the background is going to be accurate, but the bug itself is just going to be a memory that he's trying to capture. I mean, another option is putting it behind, like in the back there, under that ray of lights. Just making it real big, though. Could be. Thinking about it. Like, what if it's there? Okay, let me see if I can figure out the edge. We'd lose out on the wing, which is a little bit of a bummer, but... And I guess this specific angle doesn't work as well here, but I do want the big old eyes to be looking towards us. So I don't think, if I put it back there, I don't think I would change it with a, you know, one that's facing the side more. Kind of want it to be looking at us. See, maybe it's like semi-obscured. It's a little bit more hidden this way, but I don't know. It is a bit similar to the one I did for the one I'm currently working on with the Shinto shrine in Japan, where we have let's see, this one, where we're only seeing it like inside a building from afar. This has a similar vibe. Mothman is
by a boat's motor.
Mothman listed under arthropods. It's a bird. It's a bird, y'all. Stop calling it a moth. Trying to think of... Oh, Bean is looking at the Photoshop screen. He's really interested in this bee. What do you think, Bean? Do you like it? Or should we keep it outside? I'm leaning towards outside. What do you think, Bean? I really appreciate your opinions. You like it? Oh, that was a yes. He likes it. Did you hear him meow very softly? It might be too soft for the mic to pick up. Did you like it? I think it's gotta be outside. What if though? now. It's gotta be here. Ooh, good stretch. Ooh, big stretch, dude. Here's the stretcher. What does it mean? Is it time to look at you? It's always time to look at you. You wanna jump up? Come on. Come on, dude. He stands there but refuses. What does it mean? He doesn't want to let me use the tablet. That's why he's standing on it. Come on. Come on. Here. There you go. Good job. You get a treat. Very good. So you slobbered all over me, Bean. Okay. Get back to this. I think this lower part should be a bit more lit, actually. Because the entire front of this thing is being lit. Okay, then we need to put that shadow behind it again. All these little edits we did. Okay, let me pick this area. Like entirely copy it. Like so. So right now I just had a partial copy. That just made it a bit annoying to work with. So if we take it, sort of push it around. So it's like here. And there we would need to sort of fill in this little extra space right behind this column. But if I manage that with something like this, It gives us a better contrast with the background. Okay, now we take this back. Still not sure whether to fully do the halo or something a bit more subtle, where it's just some lights coming from behind. And do you think, Bean? I might give 2 options to my mom, and we'll see what she likes best. She gets to have her own agency too. Oh, the googlies. They got moved around because we made this bigger. Okay, let's input all the filters. Oh, I forgot the shadow. Hold on. Where's the shadow? Where is that? It should be a layer. Oh, this. Okay. There we go. Love you too, Bean. At what point do you draw the line behind a cryptid or mythological creature? Cryptids are a type of mythological creature. I think cryptids are literally just folklore. Mythology is folklore, so... Cryptids are just a modern form of folklore that uses a veneer of science, but it is folklore nonetheless. Okay, this is a bit better. I wonder if there are any filters. I know there's oil paint filter, but that'll probably just make things very weird looking. Where are these? Filter gallery they might be. Guess I want something that blurs the tiles here a bit together. The bricks, I mean. Okay. Let's see. Smudge stick. Doesn't do much. Some of these are so ugly, y'all. I never ever touch these because, yeah, they can look very bad. Well, this one's called brush strokes. What does that do? Whoa, okay. I guess this angled stroke one is... blends things together a little bit, but I don't know if I love that. What? This one's supposed to be called diffuse glow. What the hell? Okay, you can go, Bean. Hi, Bean. These are just weird textures. Hello. Oh, you just want some attention, don't you? Yeah. Yeah, okay, these filters suck. As I suspected from the beginning, but... Oh, this underpainting one might not be too bad. To sort of smush details a bit, but... I don't know if on its own it's enough. It does give it a weird texture. But it does reduce detail just enough. So I don't know. I'll be sending several versions to my mom just to see what she likes better for reference. If she likes it to be a little bit like blurrier and up to her interpretation, or something more concrete. So I can give her both. And you know, I'm doing a... God, this is too strong. Yeah, I'm giving her like a color palette and everything, but she's probably gonna find her own to actually do it with. You have ideas or concepts of collabs you might do with other artists in Discord, similar to Hellkite? Not currently. Maybe when I'm less busy. Wonder what happens if I reduce the colors. I don't know, that's something an impressionist might do. What's the vibe and sort of color palettes? I guess impressionists often take like 2 or 3 colors to do something. I'm looking at the cathedrals from Monet. Or the haystacks. Right, something like this might be good. It's like really washed out. Maybe that's something we can try to emulate. So I feel like I've been oversaturating colors, but maybe that's not the way. maybe we want oranges and blues. And have the other, maybe the reds can like go to orange a little bit. They still look like poppies. And we make the greens more gray instead of saturating so much. Okay, that's starting to be better. Hi, Bean. Oh yeah, orange highlights, blue shadows. Kind of purplish blue. I think that's the color. And by changing this slider, we can change like what's the dominant one if we want it to be more the oranges or closer to the blues. And how purple we want the blues to be. Okay, let's try this out. Let's wait for the other filters to render. Okay, there we go. I feel like that's a lot closer to the sort of color palette that they would use. Although I might remove these two filters. And I don't know, maybe I remove the filter gallery one too. I feel like the wall here is still a bit too green. And I don't know if I need to, maybe I'll go underneath to change that a bit. So go to the background. Go here, that might be on here on the hue saturation. Yeah. And maybe we take whatever color this is. I guess it's the yellows. Okay. It is the yellows. Can turn them a bit red, but that's messing with things way too much. So maybe I do that as a separate color grade. Take the yellows, we make them red. We sort of saturate them a little bit more. So we let the brickwork sort of pop out a little bit more. And then we sort of paint with that filter. You don't have to apply it everywhere, you know, but in some places. You want to lay down in front of this big bug. You're getting brainwashed. Be careful. That is exactly what the bug wants. To chill. I might do this. Still not sure on the halo, like how prominent or non-prominent to make it. I forgot to turn off email notifications. Oops. In any case, I think that's it for this one. I have the instinct of like going in and fixing a bunch of little things, but that's not the point of this. The point is to have a good reference for a specific painting. What I will do is take this, I will send it to my mom, who's gonna be the painter, and see what she thinks. I'll send like maybe a few versions of it. See if like she prefers one or the other color scheme, with or without the halo. And I guess I might do, let me put this like here. Yeah. Hi, Bean. I do two versions of the halo. One like this, and the other one down. Maybe this one is a little bit further back, like this. Yeah. And we take the smart filters. I'm gonna save this one as number 2. Just have those couple versions for my mum. Carlos, the Discord bot. It's okay, there are plenty others. Yes, the more limited color palette definitely feels more correct. But we'll have to see what that looks like in paint. Paint is going to be the one who ultimately decides. But yeah, we're going to call this one here. I will send this to my mom. It will take a while, so you might not see this bad boy again for a good while. We'll see. In any case, the reference is now complete. And now I'll pester my mom about it. And I'll finally do the ultimate collab, the Val and Val's mom collab. Once again, you can check out her paintings at this page. Let me get my camera out of the way. Where's my mom? My mom's Instagram here. You can check out some of her paintings right at this page. It's not all of them. She mostly posted her pet portraits here and sometimes pictures of her dog. But there are some human portraits and other things she did. I like this one. But yeah, I gotta get her to paint a portrait of Bean. She's never done like cats, so she was like apprehensive to do Bean. But I'll force her. I'll pester her. But first, this. I want to collab with my mom. But yeah, that is gonna be that for today. It ended up being a 4-hour stream. I was thinking it would be a short one. I think it would be a pretty simple one considering we're not doing a complex edit, but it took a while to find the pictures. So yeah, it is what it is. It ended up being a longish one. In any case, tomorrow we'll be streaming again. As you know, we'll be doing a fairy being splashed against or splatted against the windshield. Most likely, or some other kind of dead fairy, but probably the windshield one, if I'm not like inadvertently copying anybody. But we'll see. We'll see tomorrow as we go. In any case, y'all, I will see you tomorrow. Until then, folks, hope you have an amazing time zone. Take care. Hold on. Did we just get a raid one ending the stream? Oh, hi, y'all. Jonathan, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, folks. That was so funny. You caught me. You caught me. You caught me right on time. How is your stream? How are y'all doing? Amazing timing. I'll show you what I've been doing today, so you don't come in for nothing. Today we've been doing this, which is not my usual type of thing. I usually make Photoshop edits like this one, but this one's not like the final product. This is going to be a reference for a painting that my mom's going to do. My mom paints. I was just showing her stuff right here. She paints a lot of portraits and animals. Mostly that's the stuff she has on this Instagram account, because she did it to like sell pet portraits. But she paints a lot of stuff, and she's really good at it. And I was thinking of collabing with her. So I have this series called Megalomorpha, and that's what I'm gonna read you. That's what I'm gonna leave you guys for homework after I end the stream. That's Megalomorpha. Wait, my message failed to send on my own channel. There we go. I think that's sent now. That's Megalomorpha. That link will lead you to this page, which is a collection of short stories. You can read them in pretty much any order. They're all disconnected from each other pretty much, and they all take place in this world where there's weird giant insects that brainwash you and sort of use people for feeding or for, include it into their life cycle. I won't spoil the little lore details, but this, for example, just to show you, one example is all about a family in Mexico, 1910s, where this family has one of these giant bugs that has brainwashed all of them into thinking it is part of the family, and they all got to feed it. So they're all like, giving this giant mosquito their blood. Or this one about a cult that forms in 1950s Norway, where it's taken from the perspective of a local journalist who goes there to interview them and realizes this weird Christian cult is actually worshipping one of these bugs, and they all wear like moth masks. And I'll spoil you, there's actually one of them. And yeah, so each of these stories is a little mini story that takes place in this world, and through them they're all like puzzle pieces for like, a larger lore, you could call. So yeah, that's what I'll leave you guys for homework. But today, what we did is this, which is going to take place in one of these stories that I'm working on. That's taken from the perspective of an artist who, in the age of Impressionism, so I'm actually using this as a sort of guide. This sort of paintings like Monet, Van Gogh, all those. In the age of Impressionism, he's a painter from modern day Ukraine, what would be the Russian Empire back then, who travels to Paris to learn from the big Impressionist painters and, you know, crazy Paris nightlife and all that. He shows a lot of promise, but he burns out and he decides to go back to visit his family in Ukraine and goes to, like, you know, this little area in the countryside. And in one of his walks, he sees this next to a ruin, and he has this encounter that he believes to be like a religious encounter. He believes he's seen an angel. So he drops everything. He drops all of his plans of going to Paris and making it big, and holes up in a little house, makes a little studio where he just dedicates his entire, you know, art output into trying to depict this one moment. And slowly, you know, at first it's more like angels. So, you know, he'll do sculptures and stuff. And at first it's something closer to an angel, but slowly it starts becoming more and more like what he really saw, right? Until you have this half-finished sculpture and a half-finished painting, which is what my mom's going to be doing based on this edit. And that's going to be like the last thing he leaves before completely disappearing. So it's sort of implied. We never actually see the bug, right? In this one, it's just seen from his perspective, and it's sort of implied that he goes off with the bug somewhere, and never really, you know, we never really get the closure for that. We only get an implication. That's going to be the story. Obviously, it's still like a little bit mutable, so we'll see what it actually comes out as. But that's what we got so far, and we're slowly building up the art to actually be able to tell this story. Him and the bee make out, but you'll never see it. The monster fuckers in the audience are all screaming in pain. So yeah, that's what we got for the story so far. Also, thank you for the follows to Doom, Darkest of Lights, Occult Cake, Modern Psycho. Thank you guys for following. Hope you like my weird art. But yeah, this is kind of a different one, what we did today. Most of what we do is, you know, not references for paintings, but straight up photo manipulation. So mashing pictures together to create something that looks like a picture. So, you know, if you go to my website, you'll find a bunch of those. You'll find weird theories about your brain being a parasite that escapes your body. You'll find, oh, Bean. This one's a video. This one's one of the first video of this kind I've done. It's very simple, but yeah, there's a third eye. You also enjoy and do weird spooky art? Hell yeah, we love weird spooky art. So yeah, you got my website. If you guys want to, like, just take a look after the stream. If it's, I don't know how late it is for you guys, but if it's late, it's perfect nighttime entertainment. So you go to bed real scared. It's not, I wouldn't consider most of my horror art scary, but some of it probably is. In any case, yeah, that's what we did. Thank you, Jenna, for the raid. Bean, you wanna come over? Say hi? No? No, he's leaving. Okay, goodbye, Bean. In any case, that's been what we've been up to today. Thank you all so much for joining. Now, for real, I gotta leave because I gotta go to bed as well. So, y'all, thank you so much. Wherever you are, have an incredible time zone. And I will see you tomorrow where we're making a dead fairy. So tune in for that. Take care.